Hello and welcome back to Final Fantasy XIV. Second stream today, as I said, was going to take a little bit of a break, had to do some stuff, and now we're back with more Final Fantasy XIV. And, well, not that much to do. One interesting thing that they did is there was going to be a maintenance with an unspecified ending for some reason on all worlds and all housing wards. But as you can see, I'm in my house. So apparently the maintenance only took, I don't know, a couple of minutes or maybe an hour, possibly. Couldn't have been that long. And now the only thing that they did is extend the results period on the plots in, well, everywhere, I assume, right? Okay, I guess. I thought they were going to resolve the actual issues, but apparently that does take a little bit longer. Oh well. I hope you're having a great evening, morning, day, wherever you are. Let's jump back into 14. I don't have that much more to do. I mean, I don't have that much time, like, about 110 minutes until our raid starts, which is going to be more tea and maybe potentially the kill, hopefully. Until then, I'm just going to do a few things here and there that I still want to do. So first of all, I think one thing that I definitely want to do is the weekly Alliance raid logout. So let me queue up for that. Where the heck is that anyways? A glare, this one. Not only to get the coin, but also some weekly loot. Because, as always, you get that once per week. And also the rate was just plain fun, and I still need to figure some stuff out. I did it twice now? I did it twice last week, yeah. So definitely not 100% confident on all of the mechanics. So let's see. And then afterwards, if there's still time, well, obviously there will be a little bit. I'm probably going to jump into PvP, though unfortunately today is going to be another one. Since yesterday was I'm not talking about Crystalline Conflict, I'm talking about the 72-man thing, because a little bit unfortunately I still need 2 wins in that specific mode, mainly because I'm still missing 2 Garo mounts. The one for 10 frontline wins, and the one for 60 frontline / Crystalline Conflict wins. Now I have 58 wins, most of them gained in Crystalline Conflict, because apparently I already played 100 matches of it. Got the achievement for that the other day. But just gonna randomly look at a couple of adventure plates here and there. But yeah, I do need 2 more wins in frontlines, which is a little bit unfortunate considering that not only are there 3 parties that try to win, but yeah, I need to win, right? If I don't win, it doesn't give me anything, which is a little bit of a problem. Just need to make sure to remember to use my buff when Phoenix comes up, because the other summoner already used theirs. Now, bend the knee. What was that class? Oh, that might have been the Tank Buster or something. It actually didn't reach everybody, but oh well. Let's see if I can understand how this works now. I mean, obviously I know how it works, it's just that also figuring out when he does the big line AoE later on, not the small purple one, but the big line AoE. That is something that I still need to figure out. I mean, I know how it works in theory. I figured it out pretty much right away. That's not the issue. But actually seeing where you need to go, that's the core problem, right? I mean, you will always be safe in this particular instance here, right? So he's gonna knock this one in. This will get knocked out for it, right? Yeah. Dude, I mean, it's not that complicated, right? But it's not necessarily super intuitive either. Let me actually, since the healers here are dead, grab one of them. Reproduce? What was that? Oh, yeah, right, this one. The faster and slower ones. I would say the animation for these isn't necessarily perfect. It's not bad either, but, can get a little bit scuffed with the server ticks, I think. This animation is really cool though. The way the arena transforms. Pretty awesome. This is fairly straightforward, isn't it? Since it's only ever moving one line and never two, it's not too complicated, I think. Let me actually do this first before we jump away. Yeah, this is really easy if you've seen it once, right? So the only sort of complicated bit is the last one. And he jumps to create the big AoE. Why have I delayed my buff this much? It's way too delayed. Not that it really matters in an alliance raid, but Also, why do I have about 50% of the enmity of our Dark Knight, even though they have their tank stance turned on? That's type bit confirming. Concerning? I mean, it's a very fun fight, but for some awkward reason, I don't know, I feel like they're still having a little bit of trouble to actually properly balance these. Nah, I don't want to take this. I haven't leveled either of them to 90 yet. But intriguing. I don't know. Maybe it's because people, the people that are currently doing the Alliance raid are just way more competent than normal or something. I don't really know, but it's a little bit strange that these things are dying so fast. I don't know. That seems like a weird. Oh, good thing I saw everybody moving. Because I sure as hell wasn't capable to see where the boss was turned towards. Right, you did something like this as well. That like a rate line? Or... At least I did see the boss model slightly. But yeah, I don't know what it is in terms of the balance for these, because I feel like at least the first boss died way too quickly. But again, it could be because people are more competent than usual. I don't know, but I do also think that on average, for some reason, the near rates definitely had a bit of a skewed thing going on in terms of HP amounts that the bosses had. I don't know, the near rates were weird with that, where some bosses seem to have way too much HP, some didn't really have enough. I don't really know. That was like a very, very awkward thing.
Ahead stands a statue I have fashioned for our contest.
I still find it weird that he sounds like Estinian so much. I mean, obviously it's the same voice actor, but why not make it a little less obvious? I don't know.
Come, show me the strength of mankind.
Oh no! We buffed at the same time, I think.
On the ground.
I wasn't sure. I thought he didn't have this buff anymore currently, but oh well.
My authority is the destroyer.
Yeah, honestly, compared to these raids, I really don't get what they were doing with the near raids in terms of HP. because I was in the last near raid twice or three times. What was it, last week when I was doing dailies? And well, I mean, clearly there's like a really big difference between whether or not you get a competent team or a bad one. Right? Obviously, there is a big difference there. That being said, though, you know, while that can make a difference, the last near raid, the third one that they released, still has problems in terms of the amount of HP that the bosses have. I don't know what they did there. I don't know why it works like that. But it was taking like 60 minutes. And that is, you know, I've been in other Alliance raids where an Alliance was dead from time to time, or where you had like pretty bad players all around at certain points. Okay. Let the other summoner buff. But again, replaying that, it was an absolute nightmare how long it took, and I didn't do this first one. Can I addle that? I'd be able to, right? Don't know if it counts for it. It should. I mean, well, it didn't even deal damage, so I guess. Also, I wish that this would be just a bit different, because it's sort of a gotcha moment when it happens for the first time, and then it's never interesting again in a way, right? I mean, I'm not saying that this fight is bad. It's still fairly fun, and again, not so long as to get annoying. But that being said, I wish there was a bit more instead of just this one gimmick, right? Because once you know that he can hit the meteor and knock it back to the other position in a way, once you know that, there's nothing interesting going on there anymore, right? It's just literally the same thing every time, except for, well, this is slightly interesting because he also does the, like the knockback thing at the same time, so that can get you. Definitely got me at certain points. I'm gonna raise my summoner, buddy. Ooh, that was a bit too close for comfort. Holy fuck. I realized right at the very end that I actually had to go somewhere else. See, I mean, this is pretty cool when it does this, right? When it sort of has, like, different ways to still get you, even though you've already seen the mechanic as well. So it's kind of cool that he has other variations on it as well. It's just I guess the big knockback of the meteorite that's the thing that only sort of gets you once, and then you know how it works, and it's not that interesting anymore. It's actually the easier phase in that particular case, because you can just stand there, right? Whereas with the other one, you need to remember that not only does the meteor appear, but he'll also hit the other through the other gate, right? He'll also hit through the lightning gate and potentially knock you off the platform. Same with when you did the line knockback to the fingers just there, because that also had a different variation where there were you know, other AoEs on the fingers. And then he has this as well, where he'll does these AoEs.
Most impressive. Children of man.
What are we? Monk Samurai. I should be able to do something with these as well. Maybe I'll get one of them. And now we move on to the best fight of this Alliance raid, and also this, which visually looks absolutely spectacular. Although, you're right, we get the ad phase first. Oh, nobody's here. Oops. Well, that buff certainly didn't do much. This one's doing this thing first. I also like how somebody actually, you know, took the time to mark one with a 1, and people are still not following it. And somebody must have said, or are those just sort of residual AoEs that are hitting the other one? I do like that you can kill them, like, individually, though, and that the other one is just gonna do the same attacks that he did before. That's actually pretty neat. Because it does somehow revert your expectations slightly, right? Because usually we've had sort of the same thing going on during other Alliance raids, where they were still, like, they were reacting to their friends being killed, essentially, right? Which usually, that's how it works, that they alternate their attacks or do something else as soon as the second one goes. Which is not the case here, so that's neat. Now we're moving on to the fun bit. To the waifu of this Alliance raid.
You will be scoured by the light of the sun.
Thought the other summoner was going to do his buff, but maybe not. Oh, of course they're doing it, just... Okay. Oh, well, never mind. I need to keep attention to that, because they sure as hell aren't. This doesn't really do anything at this particular point in time. That's a tank buster, right? And now she's gonna kick them.
Is it just a mirage? Or something more?
What? Oh. She's standing over there. I was confused for a second why I wasn't able to hit her. Even though it kind of looked like I should have been able to. This is a really, really fun attack, by the way. I just really love the animation of the fans going around the arena. And they're also, like, with the trail they leave behind, even though they're outside of your vision a lot, they're still somewhat easy to see and easy to know where the hell you're supposed to be, which is pretty neat. It's a lot better than the planets in Endsinger, unfortunately. Oh, no, shit. I forgot that I had to run all the way behind her. It's a 270-degree cleat. I forgot about that. That's gonna hit here. First one of this is fairly easy. It gets more difficult later on. I mean, there's multiple or more of them, but there are already multiples of them. And now this fun bit. This is also pretty awesome, I would say. I like the idea behind this a lot, actually. Not only because it's a very, very small memory game, but the alteration of the arena is just what's fun to me about it. Oh, right. This one. That was a bit too close for comfort.
A gift of flame for our children.
Now let's just stand behind her, right? But yeah, the balance here is definitely a tiny bit weird. Again, it might be due to the fact that we have people that actually know what they're doing here, but they're dying fairly quickly, right? To the point where I'm not quite sure if we're even going to see the more advanced combinations of mechanics, unfortunately. Almost forgot that again. I'm just gonna do my buff now. Don't wanna wait for it. So now comes the one where she's also doing like other directions and stuff, right?
Something more.
I just really, really, really love the pacing of this fight. It is such awesome movement. Because there's stuff happening constantly, right? Can't stay here, can't stay there, can stay here, however.
Raging flames dance upon
Also, like, the general design of the type kind of shows that, you know, what was it, E6 or whatever that was called? Yeah, it was E6 with Garuda and Ifrit. The basic concept of that was pretty cool. It just had a couple of, I guess, ideas here and there that didn't quite pan out the way it should have been. Oh, for fuck's sake, I can't do absolutely nothing. Oh well, sort of worked out, I guess. That fucking rat made Shelby 3. Suddenly, you can just see absolutely nothing. Oh, I actually got one of the loot pieces, I think. Oh yeah. The hands for my samurai. And now the good music starts up. And this is the only fight where I still have trouble with one particular tell, which is when he does his as above so below stuff, like the above below thing. I actually don't know entirely what specifically is telling you like what he's doing. Oh, fucking somehow. So he's doing as above so below, right? Meaning that whatever's above also happens below. And he's doing heat above, flames below.
Will you be able to comprehend?
But that's... Why is this different? What's the tell for that being different? It's the same attack names. Is it the sparkling things around his body that is, because that's what I was suspecting originally, that the sparkling flames around his body are the things that you need to look out for? Though I don't really get how that's supposed to be above or below. But that's what he's... God, the music's so great. That's what he's spawning in, right? Far above, deep below. In this particular instance, he's just doing both things, right? And now's the once above, ever below. So... it was the flames, right? God, I have absolutely no idea what the tell for that is supposed to be. Is that so hard to see through all my text that I have on, or is it just very unintuitive?
The flames of the abyss consume all.
Oh, for fuck's sake, I hate this face. This is so dumb. Of course. That is so... The fact that these AoEs are so huge... This is the one phase that I really... This is probably the worst phase in this entire Alliance raid. The fact that you literally have to run through the entire arena for the entire duration of this mechanic is just dumb. I'm still so bad on this fight. But I feel like it's also very, very unintuitive in a lot of ways. And I don't know why it is for me specifically. I'm usually pretty good at, recognizing mechanics and stuff.
Will you weather my trial?
That's a knockback. Oh god, I hate this as well. Why the fuck is he moving to the side of the arena? And not only does he move to the side of the arena, he also disappears for a while, so he can't be attacked anymore, which is yet another very, very bad design choice. Oh, the AoE doesn't really... I don't know what the third one actually was. Oh, another AoE. Definitely did not pay attention to that. Not that it really matters, but... Okay, so Soul Measure is the weighing mechanic where he first summons 3 people into the arena, right?
We, the traders, shall weigh your soul!
Oh, they're all on that side this time around. Let's see if I'm part of it. Nope. Not this time. What do we have? That's a cat girl. I think that's an aura. No Lalafell this time. 2 cat girls though. So at least we're hitting something cute.
Preserve the balance.
So we need most people on this side, I'd imagine. One poor guy needs to stay on that side. Everybody else is here.
Judgment is come.
Nice. We did it. I mean, you have a lot of time to do it, but if people want to troll, they can literally wipe the entire raid here. Although then again, doing that in purpose, that's a pretty big asshole move since it takes so long to go through, right? I mean, this entire sequence is just very, very long, so... Hey, I could literally still activate my shield.
Well done! You are deserving of reward. As a show of esteem, we shall bring our all to bear.
Okay, let's see. So we have blue circling crystals, right? Once above, ever below. Why is it fire? Why do the... what? I don't get it. I honestly don't get what I'm supposed to look out for there. Sure as hell wasn't a crystal. Unless they counted as below. Earth above, light below. This time he did the, Yeah, I have absolutely no idea what constitutes above or below, unfortunately. And I don't know why I don't get that. Seems like a very easy mechanic, all things considered. I mean, obviously it is. It's just... Oh, I'm gonna get it eventually, and I'm probably gonna feel really, really stupid when I do. I think it's just... I think that I need to look out for some sort of visual tell that just doesn't exist.
Thin and bigger.
Yeah, honestly, this is... I really, really dislike what they're doing with designs lately that force you to move way too much. At least this doesn't kill you when you're knocked into the wall. And the music's just awesome, right? I mean, the music in and of itself already makes this fight. Okay, let's see. Does this actually look cool? Of course it doesn't. I mean, I like the color pattern for these raid things. I don't like their overall design, though, unfortunately. It's mostly because we've already seen these exact forms. Maybe not necessarily the decorative elements, but the forms themselves we've mostly already seen on other gear pieces, so it's a little bit unfortunate, right, to have more or less the exact same thing going on again. Oh, there is a follow-up on the maintenance. That's very weird, though. I honestly don't know why they... Like, the maintenance concluded very, very quickly, but they didn't actually update until, like, an hour after the maintenance already concluded. Also, I kind of misunderstood. I actually thought that they were going to do the emergency maintenance to implement a fix already, but apparently it was literally just to extend the timers. Because the original timers for claiming your house, they ran out. Originally would have run out about 2 hours ago, I think. Oh well. Think some stuff spirit bonded, yeah. So I need to win 2 more frontline matches with this title on. Oh right, the loot that I got. Yeah, that's this stuff. Let me move this to here, just so that I don't forget it. And then frontline. The Borderland ruins secure. Don't know what that is, don't know how it works. I mean, I've probably done it a fair bunch of times, but... yeah. Everything other than the weird Nadam thing, is weird to me. My overall performance is pretty bad as well. Why did I lose 22, or got third 22 times, but only 17 first places? Oh well. Also, why am I considered a Serpent Stalker? What is that kind of title? Anyways, I need to win 2 more of these matches, because that'll count towards both mounts that I'm still missing. Because there are 3 mounts, right? 3 Garo mounts, and I think they're all the same mount, just with different colors. I got the golden one first, because that's for 30 Crystalline Conflict matches, which originally it was for, I think, 30 Feast wins or something, but obviously I never played Feast, so I never advanced anything there. Thankfully, all the achievements that originally were only for Feast, they also now included Crystalline Conflict in that. So I got a bunch of achievements that were tied to PvP that I just didn't have before. Like participating in matches and getting assists on kills and that kind of thing, right? Alright, that's the weird one, right? That's the one where you need to hold these things, but it's very unclear how you're actually supposed to do it. Like, it's just weird. And also there's like a thing in the middle that comes up from time to time for some weird reason that nobody really knows why that's a thing. Alright, let me actually sit down properly. That's definitely the biggest problem, is that these kinds of PvP modes have always been just awkward. You don't really know why they exist this way at all. Do you want to go to the left first? Probably, huh? Wait, which one are we? And we're actually C. See, why are people running in the middle right away? I don't know why people are doing that. I don't know how that works or why that's a thing. Why is the other guy dead? What? What? Who are we again? The Immortal Flames, right? Of course we're the worst team. Of course. Yeah, the thing is, what I don't get... No, we're actually not, I think, but... What I just don't get is what the fuck is going on in the middle? Why doesn't the map tell you what the fuck is going on in the middle? Like, what's the point? What's the whole deal here? Why isn't the game mode telling you what it wants you to do at all? Like, that's such a weird thing! Why is no one from our team here? Oh, see, that's what I mean. It's even marked as C. Yet nobody's here. Love it when that happens. Absolutely love it. Why is everybody running in this fucking direction? Why are we all here? I mean, I guess so that the other, like, things are, I don't know. Because they're currently winning, maybe? Potentially? Now everybody's running away again, probably. Don't run over there, you idiot. So now the big thing's coming, is that correct, yeah? Like, why? That is so weird. What exactly tells you that that's a thing? Does it always happen at, like, every 5-minute interval, or what's the deal? That is the weirdest part about this, right? Why doesn't the game actually tell you how the fuck this is supposed to work? Why am I being targeted? I think we concentrated a little bit too much on yellow in that particular instance. How much healing does he actually have? Are you kidding me? Wait, that's us, right? No. Well, yeah, they're coordinating as like an 8-man group of people. Of course, if we're missing half of our alliance, then that won't work, obviously. We're not even that bad, all things considered. Now everybody's running into this direction again. So I guess the next time the middle bits come up will be at 10 minutes left through the game, or what? Mid 1950 10:30. Okay. Sure. I don't get it. What? Was it like 2 LBs that they were doing on me? They literally went through 80% of my health while I had the guard up. Unless it didn't really count, maybe, for some reason. At least most of our team are already in the middle, so hopefully the yellow team is going to miss out on something there. Though the problem isn't even the yellow team, it's the red one. It's currently giving us problems, I guess. It's just, you know, this kind of thing can be very frustrating if, you know, your team just isn't doing that much. Do we get a lot of stuff? Oh, shouldn't run into that. Yeah, the Maelstrom's winning anyways. Do we get the points? No. I don't think we actually do. Yeah, I don't... The problem is I really, really don't like this game mode because it's so unclear what the fuck you're even supposed to do at specific points during it, right? It's very, very hard to find like a proper objective that actually works. Fucking stupid. At least it looks like we were sort of able to defend it this time around. Well, that was probably not very smart of me, though I guess they would have gone through that either way. Yeah, the problem is also that it's just very, very difficult once a team already leads to capture them again, right? Because the Maelstroms just secured like a solid 200-point lead the entire time, right? Which is, yeah, just not that great, all things considered. And the middle part's just really... The biggest problem with the middle part isn't even that it exists per se, that it is a thing in this game mode. The problem is how long it takes to go there. Like, it's literally just annoying as fuck to go here and actually do something, unfortunately. They're fighting each other. Why are they actually running in this direction? Oh well. I definitely occupied them here for a very long time. But yeah, I mean, the Maelstrom's still leading by 200 points. There's just... That's a big, big issue. And the biggest reason why people just haven't played PvP a whole bunch in this game is because the game modes are utter trash. Or were utter trash before they released Crystalline Conflict. Because this is just bad game mode. I'm sorry to say that, but... You know, it's just incredibly boring to play. You know, guys, it would probably be intelligent to actually defend this, because that's the only way how we're still gonna, you know, win against the Maelstrom, is to actually hold this thing. But apparently that's not what we're trying to do. You think somebody's gonna come this way? A lot of people are fighting the Maelstrom currently. Somehow they're still able to hold the second flag there. I think the Twin Adder and us have already also just fought too long against one another. Why are they even here? Are you fucking kidding me? Why are there 5 or 6 people of them here? Or 8 or 9 even. The Maelstrom actually lost a lot, I think. Are they still here, or did they go somewhere else? How the fuck did we actually overtake the Maelstrom? How did that work? Oh. I just wish they would actually stay here, you know? Well, I guess at this point in time, the best idea would probably be to draw everybody into the middle. Wait, is that actually the best idea? It's very, very hard to tell. See, this is what I mean with these kinds of game modes, right? It's very, very hard to tell what you're actually meant to do. Do you think that it would be more beneficial to just take this back? Or would it be more beneficial to... Is there somebody else, or is that the only guy? Of course there's another one here. Fuck. I thought the summoner was the only one. I think he also had LB for some weird reason. Yeah, now the Maelstrom's getting everything back right. Oh, for fuck's sakes. I don't know if it's even smart what I'm doing here. See, they're defending the grounds pretty well. Somebody's taking over C. Now the fucking Twin Adder has actually, like, taken over stuff? How did that work? Probably should have gone to the middle, right? I don't know. Though, I mean, I guess at the end of the day... Oh, seriously, man, this is annoying. Why the fuck is nobody here? We won? Hey, we won! I don't know why, but sure, we won. Holy shit, the other summoner on our team did a whole bunch of things. Wait, that's only us though, right? Yeah. How many fucking summoners are there? What the hell? Yeah, somehow we won, though it was very, very close at the end. I don't even know. Man, this mode is so fucking weird. This mode is so fucking weird. I really don't get it at all. The biggest issue that I have with the mode in and of itself is just that it is very, very unclear what would be the specifically best course of action at any given time, right? If you haven't played it for like years and years, you have absolutely no idea when to push what, which is very unfortunate. Okay. Let me see. I think I have... Yeah, my wolf marks are pretty... Need to spend my wolf marks. Let me just... Did I get an achievement just there? I don't think I did, no. But I think there was a... one... Oh, right, the... Wait, so I still got serious? Like, progression towards my Sirius? I thought this was for Crystalline Conflict only. Well, that's not weird at all. Okay. Sure, I guess. Yeah, let's quickly spend the wolf marks, and then I'm gonna do another one before we'll take a look at T. God. It's still so crazy to me how many people are standing around here. I mean, it's one thing that PvP, you know, is quite populated now. It's a whole different thing that a lot of people are actually standing here. Okay. Miscellaneous. So, what am I still missing? I'm missing these emotes, and I think I'm missing these minions, right? This one I got the other day. Stimulating soliloquist? Soliloquist? I have no idea how you're supposed to pronounce that. Elucidate. Sure. It's this one. Okay. Interesting. You know what? Maybe I should actually start doing the daily frontline stuff again. Because it gives you a ton of wolf marks, right? Though then again, I mean, if you play like 2 matches of Crystalline Conflict, and let's say you win both, you also get, I think, 700 wolf marks per win? No, I think it's only actual 500 or something, right? In terms of wolf marks, you don't get that much in Crystalline Conflict, I think. I mean, I guess it just depends how long your matches are going, right? That's just another thing. The frontline matches also, sadly, just... they're very drawn out as well, right? It should be fine. It's 7:16 at the moment, so another 20 minutes in PvP will get me pretty much exactly to raid time. Also, for some reason, Discord isn't displaying what game I'm playing currently. I don't know if PlayStation has fucked up some settings there. That is still so weird to me that you... God, they honestly just need to bring Discord to PlayStation. I don't know why that's... Like, Discord has been a thing for how long now? For I don't know, 5 years or something? How the fuck does it still not exist on PlayStation? I mean, that's not even an issue of, like, Sony or something. I'm just wondering why Discord hasn't just gone ahead and created like a PlayStation app. I mean, I'm aware that they obviously need Sony to agree to it, to bring it to the console, but... I don't know. And the Immortal Flames again? Not that that means anything, but... I just wish, you know, if this mode didn't have that weird middle portion... I mean, obviously it needs the middle portion as a little bit of a distraction. Because otherwise, you know, teams that are way too good at holding the posts would just hold them sort of indefinitely and nothing would ever happen. But, Yeah, I don't know. It's just all a bit... Oh, for fuck's sake, I'm on the wrong... Bye-bye. The Goon doesn't know when to give up, apparently, huh? Well, the other people are already all in the middle, somehow. Yeah, also I don't get how the middle portion is even counted, to be honest. Who's fighting over here? The Maelstrom took a lot of stuff in the middle there. I mean, the middle is definitely what can give you an edge, right? In a lot of different ways. Definitely not gonna fight those guys. Kinda need a little bit of support here, guys. Apparently everybody ran this direction. Yeah, see, this is... I don't know. We kinda need to... It's very hard to know whether or not you're supposed to stay on the platform and defend it, or what the deal would be exactly, right? Weren't we, like, 5 people here? I mean, it took them a little bit to take the place over, but... I mean, we currently have 2, so we should probably go to the middle first, right? Probably want to try and get the big thing in the middle, right? When's the big crystal coming? Is that still coming, or is that not a thing anymore? Is that all only like in the middle of the match? See, this is what I don't like about this game mode. It's very, very hard to see what the fuck is even supposed to happen. We don't need to push Maelstrom if we have 3. Don't leave me here, for fuck's sake! They're coming. Oh. Nice. That was pretty good. How many fucking stuns do they have? That was... How many stuns was that in a row? Oh, probably 5? Holy fuck, what did the twin add? How does the Maelstrom still have so many fucking points? I don't get it! Like, the point distribution of this mode is complete shit. Why the fuck are people... Stop fucking going after me? God, that's annoying. Like, we've held 3 things here for a very long time, and yet, still, somehow, we don't have that many points. I don't know, it's just, I really don't like the point distribution. The thing is, like, the biggest problem is that it's just very, very, you know, hard to get behind what the fuck is even supposed to happen. Is the big thing in the middle spawning now, or is that not a thing? Oh, there it is. How the fuck did the Maelstrom get so many points out of that? Like, I feel like my team isn't even playing bad. We're holding our points here. We're fighting the Maelstrom pretty well. I felt like we were doing quite well in the middle as well. I mean, look at the point distribution. The Maelstrom only got about 30 points more, but we are holding the fucking flags a lot more than them. And still they're leading by about 300 points. Like, how the fuck does that work? I mean, look at that. The Maelstrom has had only one flag for the past, I think, 2 minutes now. How the hell are they still gaining so many points? Well, now they got a second one. But still, I don't... That is such a weird thing to me. Because again, I feel like we're actually playing this fairly well. Are things spawning in the middle again? I'm actually not so sure. Somebody's staying over there? Oh yeah, they're just waiting. God, I hate the fucking... I hate everything that the Warriors are doing. Oh, man. Yeah, the biggest thing that I just don't understand is how the fuck the Maelstrom is able to amass so many points. I honestly just don't get how that's a thing, how that can even work. How are they getting still more points, even though for the majority of the time they've only really held one flag? I mean, now they're obviously getting points since I think they were actually in the middle here, currently, but... So is there a big middle crystal spawning, or is that just not a thing anymore for some reason? Like, look at this. We've been holding 3 points for at least 30 seconds now. And we've not even come close to gaining on the Twin Adder for some weird reason. I mean, I know that they're also occupying 2. Wow. Did not think they would actually kill me. So people are talking about, like, having white mages and stuff. I guess the Maelstrom's just gaining a bunch of points through actually killing people? I guess that also gives you a lot of points in this mode. I don't know, as I said, I just don't like this mode. I think it's weird that the Maelstrom's gaining almost as many points as we are. I don't know, somehow that just shouldn't be a thing. It's also just very unclear how the point distribution works in general. I mean, as I said, they're still holding a flag, right? So theoretically, I guess they're still gaining points. Guess I'm just holding this as long as possible. Hey, I didn't die! Nice. Maelstrom won. I mean, we went second. So it's not a big deal overall, I think. Yeah, Summoner and White Mage are definitely sort of dominating these modes. Oh man, honestly, it's not even that I necessarily per se dislike these modes. I don't think that they're inherently bad, but somehow the way it works out, it's just so incredibly unclear what you're meant to do, right? I mean, you'd have to realize that these modes are how old? About 7 years at this point, probably? So, you know, I guess to a degree you would expect them to be, you know, not that well designed. But that being said, I mean, that doesn't mean that they have to be, you know, completely shitty in their design. Let's grab the rest of these frames. Alright, enough of PvP. At least I got one win, so that's a win in my book. And also, I didn't technically lose the second game either. I got second out of 3. Not that I really care about it, right? But I guess for the statistics, that's a win in my book. Since technically this should all be 33.3%, right? But it's not, so kind of want to get on the same sort of thing there. Also, my weekly performance is actually pretty good, but again, has absolutely nothing to do with me and everything to do with luck. You just need to get into the right combination of jobs, I guess. I am slightly disappointed that it doesn't show you more information on Crystalline Conflict. I mean, I sort of get that they don't want to display your losses. I get the philosophy behind that, but I do wish that they would display. Well, I mean, I guess there are rankings, but I would like to have, because things like assists are tracked, right? You can just go into your achievements and look at how many assists you got there. So I don't know why it's not showing up here. It's just kind of weird to me, but oh well. So I can still get, what's this, about 6,000? Oh, never mind, you get 5,000 for rank 30. Ah, that's cool. Okay, so I should be able to actually unlock all of the Frameless kits by the end of the series, I guess. Once I reach level 30. Should be possible, right? And then afterwards I can go for a couple of weapons that I would like to get or something. Okay, let me take a very, very short break, and when I'm back, we'll jump into tea again. Alright, I'm back. Before I join my static, I need to restart Discord real quick. Unfortunately, something's going on there, but until then I can already join our Party Finder. Do I still have enough resources? I definitely have enough food. Might want to get a couple more grade 4 tinctures. So I spent about... how many is that? 15 or something yesterday? Are they even cheaper than the other one? 1,900, since I still have the grade 6 ones. I mean, the grade 6 ones are gonna get more expensive as well. Once we're approaching... I could go with the grade 5 ones, maybe. Do you think that they are... They might be a lot cheaper. No, they're actually not. Never mind. Well... so I guess I get more grade 4 ones then. Let's just grab this stack. Should be enough. Okay. That's fine. Now I just need to hope that Discord actually works with the audio, my mic picking it up. Okay, let's see. Preferences, just want to make sure that the fucking thing works. I don't know why it sometimes why it sometimes has problems. Now it looks better. Let's see. Yeah. That sounds about alright. Not great, but alright. Definitely need to work on my auto setup at some point, but oh well. Okay. Should be fine. So, as always, unfortunately I can't transmit the Discord audio, so it's going to be fairly quiet on stream. I hope you still enjoy us suffering through tea. Yesterday we managed to get to phase 4 twice, even though we technically are progging phase 4. But hopefully it's gonna work out. Actually, let me fairly quickly, before we go into it, make sure that my ping's alright. Seems good, yeah. Ping's pretty perfect right now. Problem as always, is it gonna stay that way? Because I noticed that in about 2 hours from now, 1.5 hours from now, my ping gets slightly worse. It's not a big issue, but it's kind of an annoying one since a lot of sort of, I guess, different rotation points with Black Mage requires specific timings, and even with slightly higher ping over the course of an entire phase, it can just get a little bit annoying to execute your rotation properly if you have like a slightly higher ping. It also just doesn't feel as great, right? When the game's running perfectly smooth, it just feels a lot better. Oh well. But I'm gonna join my static here on Discord in a second, as always. Stream's gonna stay fairly quiet, but hopefully we'll get through it today. Knock on wood. At least get a lot more pulls into the last phase in, right? Because when you've already wiped, because we only have 3 raid days left, if we manage to get to end rage like twice or 3 times today, then it gives you a lot more confidence to be actually able to clear the fight, right? So that's something that we still need to do. But I'm going to join my static on Discord. See you on the other side. Hello. fast beacons. Okay. Elvin, you stay out, you switch. I'm gonna move to your position now. You were missing something on the second stack for the party. I died by like 800 HP or something. Yeah, I got the wrong Nisi. you know? I'm in. Five minutes 20 or something. Or 5:40. Beacon. No, the explosion was on the wrong side. Yeah, I need to switch my thing with double stillness in between. Beacon. Be right back. Alright, time for a small break, and then we continue.
She
Tranquila. Yeah. I mean, I'm holding my Xenoglosses as well. Right, Deacon? Last beacon. What's the bad one? Yeah, you can't survive that with 7 people. Endwalker. Three, two, one. Everything's fine. Good night. Oh boy. Well. That was an interesting raid day. God, I feel so bad for the person who DC'd. Like, they can't do anything about that, right? And it would have been the kill. I'm pretty certain it would have been. Holy shit, that was bad luck. That's been a while since I've seen bad luck like this. Wow. Yeah. That is... That's... I don't even know what to say to that, to be honest. Oh boy. Oh boy. That's quite something. That is quite something. Yeah. I don't think you can really say much more about that. I mean, we had it. We would have had the kill. Thankfully, we still have time, and I think with the enrages that we managed to get today, we'll just kill it tomorrow. I know, like, not a big, but a bit of an issue, right? Just a slight issue is always that if something like that happens, you can really feel how everybody, myself included, you know, you're trying to push yourself more, right? You're trying to go, like, you're trying to stay more focused, be even better than you were before, but obviously that's just not possible. Like, you can't do more, right? I'm just doing what I'm supposed to do. I'm doing what I know that I can do, and that's it, right? And at the end of the day, if it doesn't work out, it doesn't work out. Obviously, if one person makes a mistake somewhere, then, oh, yeah, that's a wipe. And unfortunately, the fight's so long that, yeah, I mean, 3 polls take up, like, 45 minutes, right? Potentially even longer if they are actually 3 enrage polls, so... That's just how it is. We'll clear it tomorrow. I'm very, very certain of that. I think everybody's gonna, like, double and triple check what they're doing, and, I think we're gonna do that. I need to figure out where to use my ley lines in the last phase. That's really annoying, because... honestly, I actually want to use them right at the start of the phase. That would make a whole lot more sense. The issue being, I think it would, like, I have, like, a perfect way to do stillness and motion now, and it would fuck that up. And I don't want to fuck that up, so... as much as I hate it, I just need to delay my ley lines and ultimately hope for the best. It's just really annoying, just the way we're doing it now. They'll come back up, like, shortly before beta, but not enough before it so that I actually get the full use out of them. But if I use them after beta, then I don't get a third use, which is obviously even worse. But yeah, I just have to live with that. I mean, ultimately, I don't really care. We'll get the kill anyways, if nobody dies, so... and that's the only way how we can get through this. Yeah. No big deal, right? I'll do whatever I can, and, hopefully it's gonna work out. I mean, I'm pretty certain, like, I'm definitely still in a positive mindset. I'm very, very certain that we can still kill it. I just hope that nobody else is putting themselves down. Obviously, you know, our member that DC today in the best poll that we had, like, that's a serious hit to your morale, even though yourself, you know, you obviously can't, like, it's not your fault, right? It's a DC just happens. And I know that there are a couple of other mistakes where people are also, you know, kind of anxious and they want to show that they can do it and don't want to mess it up. But again, that can bring you, like, into a fairly negative mindset where you try to sort of force it, and that can lead to even more mistakes, which I think we've seen a couple of times today as well, where people were just making sort of simple mistakes, not because they don't know better, but because that can just happen, right? It can sort of spiral into that. The reason I know that is because it happened the same when I first did T, right? When I first did T, that was the first ultimate that I did. I did it when it was fairly new, before patch 5.2, so I actually sort of did it over Christmas and New Year's, and I also, I was lucky enough to get into a group that we sort of all agreed, we all suddenly sort of had time, and we all agreed, hey, why not, let's just raid as much as we can to get the kill as fast as possible. Right, and ultimately we managed to get the kill in about 3 weeks. I think it was even less than that, like 2.5 weeks, and then we did a couple of reclays as well. But we also raided for 6 to 8 hours a day. So we started doing 2 sessions per day, so 2 lockouts, right? That's 4 hours. Then we said, wait, why aren't we just raiding longer if everybody has the time for it? And we started doing 6. Then we said, hey, we have even more time. Let's just do an hour of pause between them and do 2 times 2 per day. So we ended up raiding 8 hours per day, which, all of the breaks included ended up being about 10 hours per day that we were raiding. And then after 4 days or something, I think we realized, hey, that's a bit too long, right? I mean, at the end of the day, we weren't really getting the benefit out of the 4th raid session as much as we wanted to, because people were getting tired, and we had been raiding every single day for 13 days on that at that point, right? And so we said, hey, let's cut it down. Let's do 3 sessions, 6 hours per day. And ultimately, that's what we did. But we also had, when we first got through Wormhole, right, and we thought, oh, now we have the hardest part done. We only need to figure out phase 4. That's not going to take that long. The very next day, we were wiping on Wormhole for 6 hours straight. Not every time, obviously. We did manage to get a few phase 4 pulls in as well. But that was a serious hit for morale, right? And then the next day, we actually figured everything out. We very consistently got to phase 4, but we still didn't get the kill. And we tried to force it more and more, and you really, after raiding for 4 hours, we went longer and longer, and you kind of just realized, right, people wanted to get the kill. I think that was also the day where we kind of extended again, right? So we had previously said, wait, 8 hours is too long, we cut it back to 6 per day. But that was the day where we said, oh, we're so close, we need to fucking kill this now. And it just wasn't going to happen, right? We were doing dumb mistakes and stuff, and so I think after 7 hours we just said, fuck it, let's just try tomorrow. And then we actually went in the next day and just did it. First pull, clean pull, and we killed it. Right? And so that's why I know how these things can happen, and that people can put pressure on themselves, but that ultimately, obviously that's different for everybody, right? There are people who really thrive under the pressure, but for the most part, I think if people are putting too much pressure on themselves and they kind of want to force it, they know that they can do it, but, mistakes happen. And, with the problem obviously with a fight like this is that, one person making a mistake, everybody wipes, right? And so the other people say, oh, fuck, I can do this, right? We can do this. And then the next person fucks up, right? And suddenly you're getting into this, can we really do this, right? I want to do this. I want to force it. And yeah, it ends up being 4 people making mistakes back to back. It's not one person holding you down. It's, everybody sort of getting flustered every once in a while. But as I said, right, you need to shake that off. That's also part of it. I think. And that's why I like this fight so much, and why I think, ultimate rating, it's not even just Final Fantasy XIV ultimate rating. That can, be a lot of other things as well. I also rated in Destiny, not as intensive as in 14, and obviously Destiny raids were a bit easier, all things considered, but when they first released, they were still fairly challenging, right? And I also did like 7-8 hour raid sessions in Destiny as well, and it was fun, right? It was really, really fun. Those things where you were sitting there for like, you know, I remember we were doing sessions, I don't know, I think at one point it was actually close to like 11 hours or something. It was 2 o'clock in the morning, and we were just sort of, everybody was really getting tired, and then you suddenly make it, right? You suddenly pull through, you get that kill. That is such an awesome feeling. And, you know, to me, it really, that part also just belongs to raiding. That's what makes it so great, right? It's not just this random video game fight. It's this struggle against yourself and struggling together with a team, and ultimately being able to overcome that struggle, being able to shake off, right, that uncertainty and that nervousness and that sort of negative mindset of, I really need to force it. We need to force this now, and we need the kill, right? To sort of shake that off, take that and say, all right, let's just do it, right? No kidding around. Let's just do it. You sit down and you look at it, you go through calmly through everything that you know, everything that you need to do, and then you just kill it, right? And again, that ability combined with how great it feels, because even for me, I mean, I've got the kills, right? Obviously I want more totems, I want more weapons, but ultimately the reason why I'm doing the fight personally is just because I love the ever-loving fuck out of the fight, and it's really fun on Black Mage too. I know that I could optimize a few more things on Black Mage if I really wanted to, but that would be for another time, right? I don't want to deny other people their kills just because I want to get a better lock or some stupid stuff like that. I don't actually want that. I just want to, I wanted to play Black Mage because I really, really enjoy sort of figuring out, well, what am I doing exactly, right? And also just because I really wanted to push myself as well, because I never really Savage raided on Black Mage either. I mean, I did it a couple of times, but never, really. I mean, that's also because I just really, really love Summoner, even though they've made Summoner a lot more simple now, but Black Mage is just really fun. That's why I wanted to do it. But again, being in the right mindset and then getting to that last phase, even for me, there's still this adrenaline, right? You really feel your heart pumping, you're getting nervous, and then you're getting to that final phase, you're getting to that final mechanic, the screen starts shaking, right? This is it. This is, if we pull through this, if everybody stays alive, we're gonna make it. And that is such an absolutely incredible feeling, right? That is so unique to something like this. And that's why I love about this, right? That's why I love it so much. All right, that being said, that's it for today. I'm not entirely sure what I'm going to do tomorrow. Obviously, I'm definitely going to stream RT Progression in the evening again, hopefully with a very quick kill. Maybe even some farming afterwards. That would be great. Not entirely sure what I'm going to do before that, though. If I'm going to jump back into... The thing is, I really want to jump back into Elden Ring, but at the same time, I don't just want to do, I don't know, like a 3 or 4 hour session, right? But I'm also not that sure if I want to, because sort of the only thing... Well, I could do Unreal, I guess. I could do, or try and get 2 Unreal kills tomorrow in Final Fantasy. But other than that, I could just do... I could PvP. I don't really know how much I want to do that. But that could be something that I could do. We'll see, I guess. One thing that I'm definitely planning on doing is bringing back Elden Ring on Sunday, though. I can't on Friday and Saturday, obviously, because I need to work, but I want to bring back Elden Ring on Sunday. Hopefully get a nice long session in and return to that. Play through it. Because I not only am I really interested in finishing the game, but I also want to play other games as well. And yeah, I mean, obviously Final Fantasy XIV can take time away from other stuff, but I love the game too much to not play it. Yeah. But that's the plan for tomorrow. We'll see. There's definitely going to be some raiding in the evening. Other than that, I can't really promise anything, but it's probably going to be more 14 for the time being. But that being said, I hope you enjoyed our progression. Hopefully it was more fun to watch than to go through it. Although it was, as I said, it was still a lot of fun to go through it as well. It was just, definitely took a hit to the morale when one person, when we had the DC in the last phase, like right at the end. That was very, very unlucky. Oh well. Shit happens, I guess. That's it. I'm gonna see you tomorrow. Have a great rest of your night, morning, day, evening, wherever you are, and see you on the next one. Bye-bye!